Good morning and welcome to our first press conference. Please make sure that your cell phone is on silence, and as a reminder, video recording is not allowed in this room. If you would, raise your hand. I've got two mic girls on both sides, and they will get you a mic. When you receive the mic and you ask your question, please state your name and affiliation. At this time, Coach Banghart will give us an opening statement, and then we'll take your questions.
Thanks for being here today, guys. What an exciting event already to have some of the best teams in the country going at it. Really exciting for us. As you all know, Renaya Kelly is from about 15 minutes from here. She's from Hoover, and she's had a great year for us and is a great part of our team. So just a neat story that here she is getting a chance to play in front of her home crowd. You know, it's an event we know. It's the second time we've been here in 4 years. It's an opponent we know, at least in the first round and in the second round, most likely. But, you know, it all begins, which is super exciting.
Okay, raise your hand. We'll start right here on the left, my left.
Hey, Courtney, Doug Feinberg, the Associated Press. If I can ask you two questions real quick. The first one is kind of what you're saying. How much does it help playing an opponent now that you obviously are very familiar with and such, and Duke? Second one is a bigger picture one is, again, we've talked to the president of WBCA. The portal's open, which seems the dumbest thing ever since you guys are in the middle of playing in a tournament right now and 16 teams left. What would you as coaches like to see the time of this be? Because opening in right before Sweet 16, to me, seems almost asinine.
Mm-hmm. You know, where do you want me to start? Which one? I forget the first question, to be honest. Oh, playing Duke. Yeah, you know, what's helpful is it's quick turnarounds. You know, it's quick turnarounds when you get into the tournament because you don't know who you're going to play until kind of right before. And so to have a quick turnaround to a team you've already played, that there's a comfort there that's helpful. But to play in the Sweet 16, there's just no bad teams. So, you know, you might have more familiarity, but familiarity doesn't win games, right? And so I think from a prep standpoint, there's a little bit more comfort, both sides, as well as players having more familiarity with rosters and things like that. But it doesn't make the game easier, and that's what makes it so great. As for the portal, I mean, the timing is tricky no matter when you put it, because summer school starts up at a lot of places in early May. And what was happening is people were transferring, and then when they get there, they can't get into summer school, and therefore they can't be eligible to play that year. And so in order to get into summer school and to have all that taken care of, and giving people the amount of time that they would need to get into the portal and to visit and to make their choices, apparently it butts up against some things like that for academic reasons and for people that have invested in summer schools, and then they can't get their kids to take the classes that they need to be eligible. So it has more to do, I think, with the academic calendar in our season than it does trying to put it. No one wants it during the Sweet 16. No one wants it Elite 8. No one wants it in the first round of the tournament. No one wants it during the season. But our season is so long, you know, that there's really not a lot of other choices given the summer school component for admissibility.
To your right.
You've talked a lot about how the ACC is, you know, can be a gauntlet, you know, in the regular season, and
yeah.
you have to win at least 12 games to even have a shot at, you know, winning the regular season title. You know, 8 teams made the tournament. There's 4 of them here now. You're one of them. How does that conference slate really prepare you for this stage? Not just, you know, the familiarity of playing Duke, but sort of going through all that.
Yeah, just tremendous. You know, I was surprised that we only got in 8 teams, you know, and now you got 4 of them still playing, right? The Big 12 or the Big 10 got 12, and they've got how many playing? 3, right? Do the math, right? The ACC has been an exceptional conference all year. It's been really great for us to play against all different styles, all different, you know, and they've all been really close. I mean, we feel battle tested. We felt like when we played West Virginia, we had been prepared by the elite guards in our conference. So we give a lot of credit to the other teams that we played to prepare us for that win. You know, and then when we played Oregon State, they had great size, and we've got a lot of great size in our league. So yeah, to your point, Mitch, the ACC has been, they should be celebrating, as I know they are, the success of these programs because they've been intricately a part of the journey for all of us.
We're going to go to the very back.
Jeremiah Holloway with Inside Carolina. Courtney, of course, you know, the last few years against Duke, you guys have played in a lot of close games, and then this year the ACC made Duke your only repeat opponent as well. I guess, like, you know, because of that, you know, adjustment and change, how much does that just, like, add to the significance? Obviously, this is an NCAA tournament game, but even in the regular season, how much did that just kind of add to the, I guess, significance and the weight of some of these UNC Duke games?
I don't know if honestly, but I don't know if that adds to it, in that other than the fact that these are traditionally have been two of the heavyweights in the conference, right? And that wasn't Kara or I's doing, right? We're just in charge of it in this moment. And so I think, if we were playing NC State, we'd have the very similar answer, right? Is that there's been a lot of coaches that have come, or in our case one, but who've come before us that have created the fact that these games matter because both teams are always good. That's what makes these rivalries so special, right? And I think the Duke-Carolina rivalry is so much bigger than me or this team, and that's what makes it so fun too. But I don't think the restructuring of the conference, in terms of, I think Jeff Walsh has been pretty vocal about you should play everybody one time because that gives you your true tournament. Gives you a true champion, as opposed to playing some teams play people twice, so there's a pretty imbalanced schedule there. But that's way outside of my decision making. But I think it's the fact I think that these two teams have been so good for so long, and it's Kara and I's turn to make sure we take care of the rivalry with respect, integrity, and toughness.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go to Zoom. We have any questions for those participating on Zoom? Okay, back up front.
Hey, Courtney, Ariel Bottom, Tar Heel Tribune. I want to ask about the turnover battle. That seems like it's going to be a key part of that game. What's the key to winning the turnover battle tomorrow? And also, what are your feelings of playing an ACC team this early in the tournament?
Well, with these big conferences, that's the only way, right? I want teams to be seated where they belong, and whoever you play, you play. And so when the conferences were a lot smaller, you had 4 major or 5 major power conferences. It was a little bit easier to shuffle around. But this is what you get with big conferences where there's so many heavyweights. So that's fine. To me, we're a 3 seed. We're playing a 2 seed, and all the 2 seeds are good, and all the 3 seeds are good. It doesn't really matter who. But in terms of the turnover battle, that's always a good statistic to care about, right? Like, if you turn the ball over, you're not only giving up your offensive opportunity to score in that singular possession, but you're giving the other team a chance to score against a non-set defense. So that's a statistic that both sides, it kind of is a double whammy if you're the team turning it over, and it's a double positive if you're the team who's created the turnover. And so that's these are 2 of the elite defenses in the country. And so we've both been able to generate turnovers at a rate that we're proud of, which has helped. And so it'll be key for the ball control will be key for sure, because of the fact that you want to make sure you're getting opportunities to score in your possessions, and you're not giving the other team opportunities to score against a non-set defense.
Off that West Virginia game, a similar kind of dynamic going to help you?
Yeah, what's good is whenever you watch back your team and you watch them play, and in this particular, when you prepare for a team like Duke that you've already played before, you get to actually watch yourself play against Duke instead of all the other teams play against Duke all the time, or the other whoever we're playing. And what's good is I think we're better. They are too, and that's what should happen, right? Is that when you watch the game back from the first game or even the second game, like how we handled pressure was not good, not as good as we did against West Virginia. We've just gotten better, right? And so haven't they, watching them in the ACC tournament versus watching them in preparation for our second game. And that's what's great, is when you have good teams that have continued the journey of being good, is what's made for TV and why our game is so strong.
Front aisle, right here.
Hi, Courtney. Sarah Tidwell with the USA Today Network. I want to know a little bit about Alyssa. So you guys have played Duke twice this season. First time she was in the game. Second time she was out with a knee injury. What is her impact going to be tomorrow in, the offense, and also keeping Duke from scoring as much as they can?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. When we didn't have Alyssa and Renaya the second time we played them, those are kids that typically in the biggest battles that we play have had pivotal roles, and also they play a lot of minutes. So it helps with the fatigue, right? So you're taking 60 minutes, if you add the 2 together, at least, probably more, 70 minutes that were taken away. And then we had to, other people had to play so many more minutes than maybe they had less rest and things like that. So fatigue certainly settled in, especially towards the end of that third quarter, which is when they went on an 8-0 run. And so having her, not only is she kind of a relentless contributor on both ends, But it means that you have the experience and you have the toughness and you have the two-way player and you also have the minutes that you can then take back, and so people can play a little bit more rested. So her and I were missing the game was a significant story for us in that game, and having them back certainly is better for us.
Third row.
Right back here. Ben Pickman from The Athletic. Just following up on Doug's question related to the portal, just how did you and your staff kind of balance the transfer portal recruiting with game prep this week? Did you have people who were working the phones on Tuesday? Did you say, okay, after Wednesday, we're not doing any more portal work, or how are you guys kind of managing the dual workloads?
You always look at your own roster first and figure out what you think what you're gonna have and what you're gonna keep and all that, and then you look at what you have coming in and how many spots you have and all that. So you need to monitor the names, and but if there's some that are monitoring it so closely and they're just reaching out to everybody, that's not us. That's just not our style. And so we're a little more targeted, and we're also that's not a race. Like, if you're finding your fit, it's not a race, right? So I know there's like an urgency and everyone's like, oh, the portal's opening. It's like, yeah, and usually things done in haste are not always the most thoughtful things done, right? So we are monitoring it to the point of knowing who is available that we think can help us, and we're gonna do that in due time. But we get to promote that we're still playing basketball. And so we don't have as much time as everybody else, and that's a relevant fact, right? So we're probably not as active as some of the others.
Front, middle, right here.
Yeah, Mike Vopel from ESPN.com. Coach, I wonder if you could address two things. First, you talked about this being bigger than basketball in some ways because this is literally probably the most premier rivalry in college sports. Cool. I know you're focused on the basketball part of that, but can you just talk about what that means to have these two meeting for the first time in the NCAA tournament? And then the fact that you guys, in a lot of ways, are very similar in terms of, both averaging about 70-some points and your opponents only average about 57. How does that make this matchup interesting in that you guys are similar in a lot of ways?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when both Kara and I took over these programs, I think there was apprehension from some of the media about, gosh, I hope they get these programs back because of how much the Carolina-Duke rivalry is important, right? And when you take these jobs, you know that, and you hear it early, and you sort of say, okay, yeah, it is important to put yourself in this program in its rightful place. And Kara and I have done that to the point where we're now playing for the first time ever in an NCAA tournament. Like, how cool. And again, I always go back to, I think that I've been in the league now 6 years. I think Kara's been in 6, 5, 7, I don't know exactly how long she's been, but there's been a lot of people who came before us that have made, if this was just right now and it was just about Kara and I mean, 5 years is like it doesn't matter in the trajectory of our game. And so I celebrate along with all the sports fans that have been watching so many Duke Carolina battles throughout the years, and that we're in charge of it in this moment. And we did it. We got you guys an NCAA tournament game between Carolina Duke. I mean, if that doesn't get your blood going, you should check it. You should get it checked, because this should be really, really great for the sport. Yeah, quite similar. Two teams that are tough, fast, experienced, have found ways to win, defensive-minded with toughness and discipline and accountability, change directions quickly. And so, I think that there's sometimes you play opponents where your styles are so different, and you try to say, well, I'm going to try to, that becomes a chess match. This becomes a battle. Right, and so you have to be able to win both ways to be sitting where we're sitting. But this will be more of a battle than it will be a this, then this, then this, which is what March is for. Very exciting.
Hey, Coach. Thomas Ashworth of Ale.com. You talked about Renaya, and she's a player that grew up like 10 minutes down the road at one of the best countries one of the best programs in the country for high school. Just how have you seen her kind of grow from year one to year two and kind of being a full-time force in the starting lineup?
Yeah, I mean, I remember getting Renaya, and I knew what I was getting. I started her first game of her freshman year, and then she got hurt, obviously, and missed a bunch last year. And so she's exactly on the trajectory and the progression that I would have wanted and hoped for, and it's been earned. I've been to Hoover High School many times, in order to get Renaya in the Carolina Blue. And I thought she was the most improved player in the ACC. If you look at her statistics from year 1 to year 2, you look at how she runs our team, how little of our team changed, and how much better we are, right? It's because she's been in charge of it. So she's just an easy kid. She plays with great passion. She's an easy kid to support. And even the way she was able to manage a kind of a slight injury to then be back and kind of be full form and have us really help us beat the Florida States of the world, et cetera, as we've played over the last few games. So I know she's the crown jewel of Hoover, and we're certainly glad that she's kind of taken over that role in Chapel Hill as well.
Our final question to the right.
Kate Shoemaker with the Daily Tar Heel. Courtney, following along with the Renaya point, you played close to home when you were at Dartmouth, and how important is it to, for her, she hasn't had her family come to as many games as a lot of people. Just to see, when you're in your playing days, just to see familiar faces in the crowd, what does that mean for you as a player?
Yeah, I went to school real close to home because that was back before you could even watch on the, on your phones and things like that. And so the only way I was ever going to be supported by my community is if I stayed close, and that was important to me. And when you sell out Ivy League arenas, that's a big deal, right? And so I think Renaya's gotten, she's really beloved by our community, and Carolina fans wrap their arms around our players. So I think she feels like she does have her family, even though it's different than her biological family in Chapel Hill. But to be able to now have her high school community and some of the peripheral people that have been a part of building her, be able to drive 10 minutes and support her, again, if that doesn't put a smile on your face, no matter who you're rooting for in the game, then you should get your heart checked, because this is, these kids come from their communities and they go make a major difference at their institutions. And it's not often that they get to play in front of their home crowd. And so those times where it happens, it's really, really neat, really excited for her.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
All right, you got it. Thanks, guys. Eli, come on.
Players will be available shortly.
Swap those two, pull their name placards down closer to you, or do you want to leave them?
They like to set up their cameras, so we might get shot if we do that.
I'll just leave them right where they
Yeah,
are.
that's probably a good idea. I'll ask before the next session. Rusty. Okay, as a reminder, no recording. And if you'll get your hands up, we'll get a mic to you, and we're going to start in the front. Again, please state your name and affiliation, and if you have a specific player you want to ask the question, please let them know that. Start right here.
Sarah Tidwell with the USA Today Network. I have a question for both of you. I'll start with Renaya. What does it mean to you to be playing so close to home this weekend?
Yes, it means everything. I'm just going to explain this from the start. I played here my 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, and only lost one time, and it was my 9th grade year. So this is like a full cycle for me, and I'm really excited to be here, especially because my family and friends have come out and see me. So it's really a blessing to be back home and be close. It's like 20 minutes away from my house, so this is really close to me. So yeah.
And then Alyssa, this is your final year as a grad student. How does it feel to be, part of history, playing Duke for the first time ever, your biggest rival in the March Madness?
Yeah, it's something super special. I mean, there's not a lot of firsts that can be done at Carolina because it's such a rich program with a lot of great history, and so we're just excited for the matchup and to be in the Sweet 16 again.
Far right.
Mitch North of SB Nation. So Renaya, you're about 4-1 in this building.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was it like playing here as a high schooler, and when the brackets, I guess, kind of came out? When did you know that there was a chance for you to maybe get sent here in the Sweet 16?
Man, I was praying about it. I'm like, I wish I go to Birmingham because I do not want to go to Washington. But it's just great. Like, I just love this place so much because I have so much experience and the atmosphere is always good here. So I'm really just happy to be back in this building, really.
Far back.
Matt Krause, Star Hill Sports Network from Learfield. Renaya, for you, Duke, like West Virginia, is going to throw some pressure at you. How do you feel that this team is better at handling pressure from earlier in the season to this point?
I feel like all of the guards, all the people on the court can handle the ball. So I think from the last game, I think we didn't really handle the pressure really well. We just let them kind of, get us shooken up. But I think this game we are more comfortable with handling the ball and pushing it up the floor.
Associated Press, for both of you, what does it mean to have this sort of be the next chapter in the Duke-Carolina rivalry, since obviously it's one of the biggest in sports to have the meet on this stage now to get to the Elite Eight?
Renaya, if you'll take that question first.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
What does the rivalry mean?
Just, again, playing the rival in Duke on the biggest stage now of the Sweet 16. It's one of the biggest rivalries in college basketball and college sports. What does it mean to be playing your rival to get to the next round?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, everyone wants to win. So I think the main focus is to win. Obviously, this is a big rival, and I think the fans are going to love it. The TV is going to love it. Everybody's going to love it. So I think we're just ready to win the game.
Alyssa?
Yeah, I think it's going to be cool to showcase on even a bigger stage what the Carolina-Duke rivalry is, and obviously it's always a gritty game, and so it's something that's going to be pretty cool to show the rest of the country.
Okay, question to the far right.
Cameron Teague with The Athletic. Alyssa, this is for you. What's the challenge of preparing for a team a third time? And I know you and I didn't play that second game, and how does that change maybe the preparation whether you watch that film as tight or not?
Yeah, that's a great question. When you're this familiar with a team, your preparation looks a little bit different because obviously we know our personnel really well. We know who we're playing against. We know their like A and B options of scoring, and so we kind of have to take another couple steps further in our scheme and how we're going to defend them and how we're going to attack them offensively. So there's definitely like a different package of preparation compared to playing like West Virginia, which is the first time we spend a lot more of our focus on like who they are as individual players and how they kind of their overall theme. So yeah, it's a lot more detailed and takes a little bit more focus.
At this time, we'll go to Zoom. Any questions from those participating on Zoom? All right, back to the, all right.
Cassandra Negley with Yahoo Sports. Alyssa, those few games you missed towards the end of the season, having to sit out and watch the team from afar, is there any kind of perspective that you gained about this team having to do that and then reasserting yourself into the lineup?
Yeah, I would say the only perspective I gained, which is something I already knew, is that we have a really deep bench and we have a lot of girls that can step up on any given night. And I think that's really crucial for success in the March Madness tournament, as long and grueling as it is, because like if someone's not having a great night, we know that somebody else will be able to pick up the slack. And so we have a really deep team, and that's something that's really special. And so just reinserting myself into the lineup, I just continue to bring what I've brought all season and contribute to my team in whatever ways it's needed.
Front row on the left.
Hey, Renaya, Ariel Bynum, Tar Heel Tribune, how are you doing? What did you learn playing Duke the first time about trying to limit turnovers, and what did you learn by watching in the second game? And did playing a game like you did on Monday against West Virginia, is that going to be helpful for you tomorrow?
Yeah, so the first part, you asked me, what did I learn from the first game? I think we can attack them more. I think we were so focused on their hedge that it got us out of rhythm on the basket, and we had to score. So I think we do a better job of just, that's a fluff for them, just the hedge to get us out of rhythm. So I think we're going to attack that more this game. When I was watching, I hate like just sitting out, and it was just really hard for me to watch because I wanted to go to war for my teammates, but I knew we had a deep bench like Alyssa just said, and I think everyone stepped up. We just didn't have enough firepower in the third quarter, and I think it really took us back. Your third point, what did you say about?
Did going through a game like you did Monday against a team that pressures a lot, would that be helpful for you tomorrow?
Oh yes, for sure. West Virginia really set us up for success just because we need to get open and get the ball so we can run our offense and get down the court. So Duke pressure isn't the same as West Virginia, but it is similar. So I think we will be very prepared for Duke pressure.
Any other questions? Front right.
Wesley Branch, USA Today. For either of you, really, Caleb McPherson was a key player and leader for you guys early in the season, and then obviously shooting down with the injury. What, from your perspective, has been kind of her transition to being more of a coach on the sideline for you guys, and maybe a moment that impacted you guys from her leadership perspective after her injury?
Alyssa, if you'll take this one first.
Yeah, Kayla is a really special piece to our team, and she's in a unique position because she knows exactly what it's like to be a player. She's still a player on our roster, and she is really good at digesting what coaches say and what they're looking for and kind of being the bridge between the two. And so she's really helpful to have on the bench because at any timeout or stop and play, she's talking to some of us on the court, telling us what she sees. And similar to Renaya, she has that point guard vision, and so she can read the game really, really well and help us make in-game adjustments before like it needing to get to the coaches and us to figure out as a big group. So she's just been super instrumental in our success, and we're really grateful that she's on our side.
Back to the left.
Yeah, Alyssa, Ariel Bonham, Tar Heel Tribune. After Monday's game, how long did it take to come down from that high? I mean, it had to be one of the best experiences of your career.
Yeah, it was very special. Obviously, being my last time playing in Carmichael, I couldn't have scripted a better night. But it didn't take me too long. I mean, I knew that that's obviously a big game that we want to celebrate, but also understand that there's more work to be done ahead. And so I just got to talk to my family after the game, and then went home, did my usual routine, went and got some sleep because we had school the next day. So yeah, we're just ready to looking forward to more.
Any more questions? To your right or left.
Doug Feinberg, DAP again. Renai, what is your favorite memory when you played here in those games? Like, do you remember shots specifically or anything like that one?
I think it was my senior year. It was like 50 seconds left on the clock, and I subbed out, and everyone was just standing up and clapping for me, and I was hugging all of my coaches and teammates, and I was crying. And, you know, I usually don't cry, but it was my most memorable moment for me, for sure.
Last chance. Okay, ladies, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Our next press conference will be at 12:10 with Duke head coach. Okay, please make sure your cell phones are on silent. And reminder, there is no recording of these press conferences. And if you would raise your hand, we'll get a mic to you. Please state your name and affiliation. We'll start right here on the aisle to the right.
Hi, Coach. I'm Anna Snyder with the USA Today Network. Obviously, this is y'all's third meeting with UNC this season, but it's the first meeting in the NCAA tournament. Just talk about how big is it to see these two programs come together here in the Sweet 16 for the first time?
We hadn't really talked about that with our team in terms of a first meeting or anything. I didn't know that till you said that. So we're fighting for a spot in the Elite Eight. And so whoever the opponent is the opponent. It's at this time of year, and I think with conferences getting bigger, I mean, we have 18 teams in our conference. I think over time you're going to see meetings earlier and earlier in the tournament. It's just going to be a fact of kind of where we are. In college, I think there's another one here on Saturday, right? Tennessee plays Texas and a conference in the Sweet 16. I think Tennessee men and Kentucky men play tonight in the Sweet 16. So I'm not really moved either way by it. It's not just another game. It's an important game. It's a game to get a step beyond where we were able to reach a year ago. And it's a game to put yourself in position to play for a spot in the Final Four. So that's kind of how we've approached it, and trying to honor the value of the game with the right amount of respect and the right amount of preparation.
Front row right here.
Ben Pigman with The Athletic. Just two questions. One, just a status update on Toby.
Toby will play tomorrow.
And second, obviously the transfer portal opened up on Tuesday. How are you and your staff kind of balancing, portal recruiting with game prep lead up to tomorrow?
I haven't done anything in the portal. I'm sure my assistants are doing that. But as far as me personally, I hasn't done anything. I've just been focused on the game.
ESPN.com. Coach, can you talk about the Tar Heels very, very well and vice versa. Can you talk about what it's going to be like to play them for the third time, and what do you think may be different from the first two times you played them this season?
I mean, the main difference is Kelly and Utsby will play. So they didn't play in the second meeting. So I think that's probably the biggest difference. We've played them 3 times in a season before. I think maybe 2 years ago. It's not uncommon to have that for teams over the years. So I don't know. It feels like it's a really big deal for you guys that we're playing them 3 times. It's not something that we've really talked about or worried about. There's a familiarity, obviously, from a scout standpoint. From a personnel standpoint, the players, and I think the games have. Well, my first year we were terrible. We got our butt kicked both times by everybody in the league. Our butt kicked by everybody in the league. But since that first year, I think the games have been really competitive. When you look at the margins of the games and you look at, how good both teams have been. So that would be my expectation again tomorrow.
Right here to your right.
Hey, Coach, Doug Farmer, the AP. If you remember back to your playing days at Tennessee when you got to the Sweet 16, which was almost, I think, every year, what was things that Coach would tell you as a team to get ready for a game like this, to get to the Elite Eight, to get to the Final Four, if you remember?
I don't know that I remember about this round specifically. Yeah, I mean, it's so different now. So much more depth in the game now, I think. back then there wasn't as much depth throughout the tournament. So, but I can't remember anything. I'm not trying to avoid your question. I can't remember about what she said before the Sweet 16.
Right here, to your right.
Coach Cameron Teague from The Athletic. Coach, I'm curious just how much the growth of Aluchi has helped you guys from her year 1 to year 2 for her now, and then your thoughts on just the way she's grown her brand and like the fashion aspect of her personal brand as well.
I think Aluchi's grown a lot from her freshman to her sophomore year. She has a better understanding of what we're trying to do on the court, understanding of the scheme, and also able to slow down a little bit, which I know it doesn't look like she ever slows down, but she's able to make more reads now, whereas I felt like her freshman year she was just playing faster than everybody all the time. And that works to a certain point, but then you have to slow down and see what the defense is trying to do and make adjustments. She's a very hard worker. Every day she comes in with the right level of focus and the right level of effort. And that might seem like, oh yeah, okay, everybody does that. Everybody does not do that. If you can get yourself to be a player that does that, you can set yourself apart. I mean, I don't know how in depth you want me. I can get into the fashion. It's not really my forte, believe it or not. But you know, Aluchi has a great passion about it, and you know, as a coach, you just try to encourage your players to follow that. Follow their passions, and the thing that they spend a lot of time on, basketball, doesn't have to take up their whole life. I think it's healthy, and I think there's room for other things to pursue, and we're fortunate, you know, our creative team was able to kind of build that series with her, and to be able to showcase the passion, and so they work with all of our players in that way to just amplify the things that they're interested in. And then she's got a lot of charisma, you know, so she's very well spoken and it's got a great personality, and I think all of that combines to something that she's be able to carve out a little bit of a niche for herself.
Far right.
Mitch North from SB Nation. Kara, you know, Alyssa Utsby didn't play in the last game for Carolina the last time y'all faced them, but she's somebody who you've sort of had to prepare for every time you faced Carolina in your 5 years. What kind of challenges does she present for y'all on both ends of the floor?
Yeah, good player, very productive over her time, scores it well, rebounds it well, makes really good hustle plays. And then, you know, obviously being a fifth-year senior, the experience, you know, that she has, and that Gokding has, you know, in the front court, you know, that's, you know, if you're looking at the roster, that's probably the experience differential. They're very experienced in the front court, and we're all freshmen and sophomore in the front court. And so that's a challenge physically that we'll have to meet. And we're capable of meeting it. Obviously, we've been freshmen and sophomores all year. We didn't just become that right now. So we'll have to definitely meet that challenge. So yeah, for productive for a long time in this league, and she'll definitely make an impact on the game. You know, it's not the way she plays. You can't take her out of the game, if that makes sense, because she impacts the game in a lot of areas.
Question to your right.
Coach, I think earlier you mentioned obviously that second game against UNC, Kelly and Utsby didn't play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious how differently you watched that film than the first game. When those, obviously they're a different team when those two don't play. Is there a difference in how you watch that film in preparation of this game?
I mean, sure. Like, certain personnel have certain tendencies, so they might be running the same actions, but a tendency with a player with one guard might be different in how they run the action and the other. So the good thing is you obviously have film on them since that game, since they've been back, and certainly obviously with first and second round games this past week. So yeah, I think I don't know that you watch it differently, but you have an awareness that they're not there, and there's probably more minutes of players that maybe won't play as many minutes this game. So understanding the rotation and all of that. So
We'll go to Zoom. If you have a question on Zoom, please hit the raise your hand button and we'll get your questions. Anyone else in here? Okay, thank you, Coach.
thank you.
This is a little bigger than last one.
So far, dude.
Blessed to be here.
There you go. Okay, we are ready to get started with the Duke ladies. Please raise your hand. We'll get you a mic. We'll start right here on the aisle on the right.
Anna, this is for all you guys. Anna Snyder, USA Today Network. Coach said she didn't know, but this is actually y'all's first meeting with UNC, in the NCAA tournament. I know it's y'all's third. Looks like you don't know either. I just want to say, hearing that, this matchup, what does it, mean to you guys to be facing them third time this season in the Sweet 16 on such a big stage?
Reagan, if you will start, and we'll just go straight down the line.
Yeah, I feel like just seeing the work that both of us have put in just to be here on the stage in the Sweet 16 is just amazing. I feel like, yes, it's our third time just competing against each other, but the rivalry is just super competitive, and we're just really excited to play against one another.
Toby?
I think I speak for all of us when I say this, but we're all super excited to play them again. They're a great team, super competitive, offensively, defensively. I feel like it's a great matchup for us. So we're really excited. I think we're both super prepared, and it's going to be a great game.
Ashley?
They pretty much already said everything, but I'm super excited. Also just having, two ACC teams hash it out, being able to play for the Elite Eight. And yeah, it's no better feeling in the world. Of course, playing our rival, so to say. But yeah, we're super excited just to see, what type of game it will be. Be super competitive, I know for sure.
Front right.
For any of you, Cameron Teague with The Athletic, I'm curious your thoughts on Oluchi's fashion and being able to kind of set her own kind of brand within kind of her creativity with herself. I'm curious you guys' thoughts on that and what that's been like to be around.
Reagan, we'll start with you again.
I mean, one thing about Luch, she's always going to put on the fit to go anywhere we go. She's always wanted to just really dress up and do whatever with the team. But, just being able to have that platform for her is really amazing. She's really into fashion, and I know I speak for all of us. We've all been on her little channel, Get Ready with Luch or whatever, and it's been awesome just to see how her platform is expanding in that kind of aspect, because it's something that she's really passionate about, and I'm just happy to see that she's doing what she loves.
I would say the same thing, Love Lucci. I love when she loves something. So it was really fun to do that with her. I was just in her latest episode. I don't know if you guys saw it, the March Madness edition.
Oh my God.
But it was really fun to be a part of. We went shopping. I was trying to pick stuff up. She would slap my hand down. She definitely has a passion for it. So it's great to watch. It's really fun to be a part of, and I'll always support her in everything she does. So.
Like they said, I love Luch. Just her being able to set her mind to something and still go through with it. I love it, and I love it for her. That's really right up my alley as far as fashion stuff, because I love putting on a fit too everywhere. No, but having Luch, because I was on one of her episodes as well. But having Luch, style us, it was just amazing. And like I said, and like they said, whatever she puts her mind to, it's gold for her. And I will always support her in whatever she does. I love Luch.
Front row.
Thanks. Michael Volpo, ESPN.com. Toby, this is for you. It looks like you're feeling better. I just wonder if you could sort of get us an update on how you're feeling and just how eager you are to get back out on the court after not playing the second round.
I'm feeling great. I'm here. I'm well rested, well hydrated, so I'm ready to go.
To the right.
Ben Pickman from The Athletic. Just for Reagan, is there something you remember about your guys' Sweet 16 loss 2 years ago that just has stuck with you, that mindset, approach, a memory from the locker room afterwards that, is informing this experience that you're currently going through at all?
Yeah, it's 2 different years, being the Sweet 16 last year and the Sweet 16 this year. But one thing I don't remember about last year is just how much the memories that we shared all started flooding back in that locker room. Like, just from the season that we've been through and everything that we've been through, it kind of came again at that moment. And yeah, there were tears, but it wasn't just tears of sadness, it was tears of joy, just knowing like we've been through that journey together. And so going into the Sweet 16 this year, we're just focusing on the team that we have at hand and just looking forward to compete.
Doug Feinberg, the Associated Press. For any of you, what is it like playing for Coach? Standpoint of like what you like in practice, out of practice for you guys.
Ashton, we'll let you start with this one.
Okay. I've said it multiple times. Playing for her, it's everything for me. I pretty much can speak for everyone that wears a jersey that says Duke. I would say for me, she really brought out a side of me and a side of my game that I never knew that I truly had. She instilled this confidence within me, on and off the court, I would say. And just playing for her, to share her same passion and to share her same, grit. There's no other team that I would rather play for, no other coach I would rather play for. And like I said, the way she coaches, it's like you'll do anything for her, you'll run through a burning house just for her, But no, and I love it because it's really genuine. And like I said, I can speak for most of us here, but just having that and having that type of coach, it's the best feeling in the world.
Toby?
I would say the same thing as Ash, kind of just to reiterate. I feel like one thing about Coach Kara is she's going to prepare you for the next level. So being a freshman this year, I think that really helped me. I'm so glad I chose here just because she really knows how to prepare you for games. She knows how to prepare you for the level of competitiveness that you're going to see when you face certain teams. So I feel like she always, she's never going to tell you a lie. She's going to tell you exactly what you need to know. And she's going to tell you the truth. So I have a lot of trust in her. I know that she has a lot of trust in me, and that's kind of what our relationship is like. So I'm really lucky to have her as a coach, and I hope to just see our relationship grow from here.
Yeah, I second everything that they're saying. Coach has not only helped us on the court, but also off the court. I know I can speak personally about it. She's helped me just be able to talk to you in this kind of setting like this, because I know my first year here, I would never be able to sit up here on stage just to talk to you. But she's instilled so much confidence in each and every one of us, and just being able to play for her and having her coach us is a blessing for real.
Second row right here.
Do you guys have a plan to watch the men's game later? Has that been discussed at all? How you're going to do it, and any preview you want to give about Duke Arizona on the men's side?
So I will speak for us. Yes and no, because it's so late and we do have a game tomorrow. But yes, we support them 100%. We will be tuned in until our eyes close tonight. So yeah. I don't know what y'all would say, but
No, I would say the same thing. I obviously want to watch it. What time is it?
9:30.
Oh, it is a little late. Yeah, my bedtime is cut off at 10. So, yeah, we love to support them. Those are our boys. So I can't wait to see them, play. Maybe we'll watch the first 30 minutes, have a little watch party, and then we'll go to bed.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Hey, well.
Okay, that's good. Perfect.
We will be watching the whole game.
We'll be tuned in. Yeah.
We haven't talked about it yet, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna come up once we get back to the locker room.
Yeah. Never mind.
Front row.
Thank you. This is for Ashlyn. Can you talk about just the emotion? I mean, obviously it's a Sweet 16, so there'd be emotion no matter who you're playing, but because you know the opposing team so well, and you've had these two sort of grinded out battles with them, how do you sort of balance that emotion with, staying within yourselves and playing the way you want to play?
That's a great question. I would say, I say it all the time, but just staying Duke, just staying us. We know the game. Tomorrow will be a lot of highs, a lot of lows, but as long as we just stay connected, stay together, I feel like we could push through whatever it is that we may face. And yeah, like I said, just focusing on us and focusing on the big thing that we want to get to. So I would feel as though like that is going to be key for tomorrow.
Second row.
Sandra Negley with Yahoo Sports. For all of you, what do you feel like it is about the ACC that has helped prepare you to reach here, but also go further in this tournament?
Right.
I feel like a lot of teams in the ACC where everybody's great, you know, offensively and defensive end. I feel like we're all just super competitive, and regardless with who are we playing, the opponent that we're playing, we're just gonna compete each and every day, and that helps us throughout the season.
Toby.
I mean, I would say the same thing. You know, the ACC is super competitive and very physical. I would like to say very physical again, because coming in, you know, as a freshman coming from high school and just facing, you know, girls that have been in college for like 4 years, it's a lot to adjust to. So I think that's really helped prepare me just for this next level and competing in March Madness as well.
Ashlyn.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you just said. You know, like the level of competition, and also being in the ACC, knowing that like every Thursday or Sunday, it's up for grabs. Like whoever plays the hardest, whoever makes the least amount of mistakes, whoever stays together, like those are normally teams that win. And I would say, you know, just having to, you know, be able to prepare week through week for those type of teams. Yeah, like I said, like it's a monster in the ACC, and I just, you know, like I love the level of competition that it continues to build and build each year, and yeah.
If anyone on Zoom has a question, please hit the hand sign. Any other questions in here? We'll go to the front and then to the back.
I was wondering if Reagan and Ashton, if you could answer this, and then Toby, you answer. You guys are the upper class players. I wonder how you've sort of helped Toby as a freshman, and what you've been able to do to sort of share your experience and knowledge with her. And then Toby, what's it been like to have these two as teammates in your first season in college?
Toby, I don't really know how to answer that. Toby, how about you give us insight about how we helped you? I don't understand.
I think the girls around you are what get you through your freshman year. Like, this is, you know, there's going to be ups and downs in basketball because playing Division I basketball is hard. Mentally, physically, there's a lot that you're doing every day. So the girls that I've had around me, these strong women that I've been able to look up to, it's been incredible. Especially these two beside me, I feel like they've helped me through everything. Like, there's so many different plays that you have to memorize. They would help, you know, quiz me before games or practices, like things that I need to remember. So having them, and then obviously the other girls that aren't here right now, has completely transformed the player that I am.
And I feel, you got it. I feel like also knowing and seeing her play, and like playing beside of her and knowing what she's capable of and knowing what she can bring each and every day, like I feel like that's a blessing for us, because like certain talents that she has that we don't have, or vice versa, and just like saying that like we have been in college for like longer than she has, and knowing how like things work and don't work as far as like on the court, like just being able to help her navigate a little bit through all of that, like it has been really, really fun, strictly because like I tell her all the time, like her growth from when she first started here to now, like it's tremendous, like. And like I'm just super proud of her because she's gonna continue to like show that she's a great player.
Yeah, I second that. You know, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs, you know, especially for Toby her freshman year. But, you know, we all know what she's capable of. And in those moments, we try to instill a lot of confidence in her, even though she don't need it, because she's a very confident player herself. But in moments where we all make sure that she knows that we're there and we got her back.
Very back.
Hey, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on you upperclassmen having come through the tournament before, what it's like being back and how that's felt so far, and then Toby, for you as a freshman, what that's been like so far. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, being back in the same position that we were last year, it's a great feeling. You know, it's a blessing just to be in this position, to be in this Sweet 16, and you know, we're all just, you know, taking it one game at a time. We're just all excited to compete with one another for another game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Reagan, you know, saying that like we've been here before. Like it's a blessing. You know, the excitement is always going to be there. Maybe a little bit of nerves as well, but you know, just being able to compete at this level, you know, like coming back to back, like she said, it's a blessing, and we just can't wait to continue to compete within the tournament, if Lord says the same.
I feel like people kind of try to tell you what to expect in the tournament, but you don't really know until you experience it yourself. So I'm you know, kind of waiting on that. We had the ACC, you know, champs. So I feel like that's going to help transition into this competition as well, just because of the level of competitiveness, and then facing the same teams that are also in the Sweet 16 as well. So I think that prepared me as much as I can be prepared, but I don't think you really are until you experience it yourself.
We have time for one more question.
Just talk about the challenge of, you know, facing an opponent 3 times, and what has y'all's preparation looked like going into this matchup? Is it any different than it has, you know, the past 2?
Toby, we'll start with you this time.
I feel like the preparation is relatively the same, just because we're very prepared as a team every single time we play them, because we know what they bring to the table. I think playing them a few times has definitely helped, because we know, you know, what to expect. I mean, you can never really know what to expect in a game like this, especially during March Madness, but as much as we can. So I think that's definitely helped us before, and it's going to be a competitive game.
Reagan?
Yeah, I feel like since the first time we played them, they got better. So the second time we played them, they got better. So I feel like you don't really know what to expect, like Toby said, going into the game, but we know that they're going to bring their A game, they're going to bring their competitiveness, their energy, and we're just going to have to match that.
Ashlyn?
Yeah, to agree with what Reagan said, you know, like this is a great team, a great coach. Like she said, they've gotten better from the first game to second game, and we just know like they're going to compete and leave it all on the floor. They're going to bring their best, and you know, like it's up for us to, you know, to continue to like compete at the level that they're going to compete at. But yeah, you know, like the preparation was, you know, like pretty much harder, I would say, because you know it's March Madness. Anybody can beat anybody, and yeah, like just being prepared for that and prepared for tomorrow's game is really like what we've been, you know, focusing on, and just, you know, we're going to continue to like challenge ourselves and continue to, you know, stay the course and stay us in order for us to, you know, compete for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maryland will start at 1:20. Okay, we are ready to begin with Coach Freeze. Please raise your hand. We'll get you a mic. Remember, no recording of this, and please state your name and affiliation. We're going to go here in the middle.
Coach, just coming off that game where it doesn't finish till almost, 9 o'clock local time on
Right.
Monday.
Right.
And you got Tuesday, I'm assuming, kind of rested, then you're traveling here yesterday. Just kind of what is the schedule when you're trying to prepare for a Sweet 16 game, but also balancing the need to rest players at this time of the year?
Yeah, it's really tough because, South Carolina had an additional day. And then you look at, a game where we had multiple players play close to, the entire 50 minutes. So a lot of rest and reset for them, for our staff around the clock with the scouting that has to take place and the transfer portal that, fortunately for us, opened on Tuesday as well. So little to no rest, but a lot of reset for the kids and, then getting back to actual practice today. So a lot has been going on.
Front.
Hey, Coach. You and Don Staley, obviously two of the greats going at it tomorrow. What are some takeaways from every time you play her, as well as just what's it been like going up against her over the years?
Yeah, I mean, they're awesome battles. Clearly, we're going against the defending national champions, and it is a team that we're really familiar with just because of the past games that we've played. They're really talented, obviously well coached, deep, athletic, and when your top two leading scorers come off the bench, that just speaks to the depth of their balance. So tall task, but one that like you said, a familiar opponent for us that we kind of know each other extremely well.
We'll go to the front, left.
Post. You've dealt with some dynamic guards already in this tournament, and you're going to have a couple more. What kind of stands out about this group as you've gone through your scout, particularly their top two guards?
Yeah, they're really good at taking smart shots. You never see within their system that they're going to take a tough three or a tough two. I mean, they play really well within their offensive system. And they're difficult matchups because all their guards are athletic. They can they can score the three. They can pull up. They can get to the rim. So and then they just bring waves off the bench as well. So it's a deep team that is able to kind of wear you out with their depth.
Right here.
Hey, Coach Doug Feinberg, the AP. You mentioned the portal. Just I'm curious, I know you're focused on this game, but do you have an assistant who's like the portal person? And as you've been in the game a while, what do you think the ideal portal timing would be? Because Sweet 16 doesn't seem like the right time to be worrying about where people are being transferred.
Yeah, I mean, they changed it so it's a week later. So now it only impacts your Sweet 16 and beyond teams compared to a couple years ago when it started right as the selection show was announced. But ideally, after it's a dead period all the way through the Final Four, I think you should let teams and players come down off of their emotion. It should be a level playing field. It's right now it helps teams that have lost early, that aren't in the tournament, that don't advance far, that are able to put all their time into as we're yes, I have. My entire staff is watching film. I have a assistant dedicated, but everyone's making calls. I made a call last night, but then kids are already on Zooms and taking visits. So that makes it really difficult for your teams that are currently playing.
Go right here on the aisle to your right.
Yeah, Mitch North of SB Nation. Coach, you have a lot of transfers on your roster this year and a really deep roster. One of the players that came into the team this year is Mir McLean, one of those players who played a lot of minutes, on Monday. What has she's kind of had an interesting journey with all the injuries and things. What has she meant to your team this year, and what has she provided?
Yeah, I'm really happy for Mir, and just to see, through this NCAA tournament, she's stayed the course. Like you said, she's had an incredible journey through a lot of injuries, and as she transferred back home and wasn't even 100% healthy until as the season kind of unfolded for us. And so to see her, having her most impactful minutes right now during the NCAA tournament, she's been our, most complete lockdown player on the opponent's best player. And it's a credit to her. I mean, those are the stories you love to be able to tell of the players that just continue behind the scenes. And that's who Mir was all season. Even when she wasn't getting the minutes, you'd go out on the court, pre-practice, post-practice, she would always be out there getting shots up and working on her game. So really happy for Mir as well as for us that she's kind of peaking at the right time.
Right here. Hey, Coach, you get one more reunion with one of your former practice players before he gets to head off to his first head coaching job. Kind of how have you seen Winston grow from his time running practices as an undergrad to now his first Division I head coach job, and how much have you spoken to him, since the news broke?
Yeah, so happy for Winston, and no one deserves it more. I mean, the way Winston works, the relationships that he's developed over his career, it's appropriate that he's ready for his next step in his progression as a head coach. And we literally, by text the other night, he had shared with me he had accepted the job and needed a quote to be ready for his press conference. So I did know out ahead, but pretty special that we do get to see each other one more time, and before he takes off as the new head coach.
Coach, in 2006, you guys won the national championship in overtime, and then after last week's overtime game, you said overtime was your time. Do you have what are your kind of superstitions now around overtime games?
I don't know if I'd call it superstitions. I'd say like just good juju, right? That overtime has been a part of Maryland where we've had a lot of success. So at that point in the huddle, and it's been a while since at Maryland we've had an overtime game. So just wanted to instill confidence into our team that we were fine and that we were going to be okay when we went into overtime, and as well as when we went into double overtime.
To your left. Just on that game, just what was Barker maybe able to do, even though everyone kind of knew it was going through her, and just to be on the sideline and to watch someone have a performance that maybe defines what March Madness is? What was that like?
Well, I mean, again, we had Mir McLean on her, and Mir made her life miserable, but she still got 45 points. So that tells you everything you need to know. And then even, as we adjusted with the ball screen defense, throwing two at her, she still was able to continue to find a way. She's just a warrior. She's an elite level competitor, obvious winner. And, it was a spectacular night, unfortunately, on our watch to be able to watch, but just speaks volumes to what kind of kid, character, player, competitor, and winner that she truly is.
The aisle to your right.
Yeah, just to follow up on Mir, you've said often she guards the opposing player's best guard. What about her game has given you the confidence to give her that assignment time and time again?
Yeah, I mean, she's so versatile. We can put her on, a point guard, a wing, a forward, a center. It doesn't matter. You give her a job, she's going to take it to heart. And I think, to be able to see just defensively her rebounding, but just, that selflessness, unsung hero type of play that comes from Mir. And again, just the intangible of wanting to do whatever it takes to help her team win a game.
Up front.
Hey, brother. Kareem Copeland, Washington Post. Can you update us how Shai and Saylor are feeling, and specifically with Shai, how have you kind of gone about balancing, knowing that her knee isn't quite 100%, but still trying to get the most out of her and not wear her down, but, you needed her to be out there. So how have you kind of approached her knowing that she's not quite 100%?
Yeah, I mean, we're really efficient with our practices. I mean, I haven't heard from the trainer from any end with Shai or Saylor that they've been impacted. So I think with everyone, our concern was to be able to get that rest and that reset. And I think you saw in the minutes that Shai played the other night that knee seemed to be just fine. And when you can block it out and know what's at stake and understand there's a short window of time left in your career, you're able to put it all out there. So she's in great shape. So, so is Sailor, as well as the rest of the team.
Okay, we're going to go to Zoom now.
Hey, Coach. Nathan Snell, Maryland Sports Blog. Just wanted to get your thoughts on Allie. Allie, when we last played South Carolina in the NCAA tournament, didn't play. And, the last two tournaments, we talked about her being automatic. Just for her being in this moment, what have you kind of prepared her for and getting ready for this moment in this matchup?
Yeah, I think Allie's really excited. She had to watch that last time through the injury when we played South Carolina, so now she gets an opportunity. And what I love about March is Allie Kubik, and she's shown that these last two seasons that the bigger the game, the bigger the moment. She's been huge for us to be able to kind of give us that post presence when you talk about your guard play. And what they've been able to do, and then to have that X factor with Allie from her range as well as her, I think defensively she's done some really good things for us as well, and we're going to need her with all the bigs that South Carolina has.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
I'm good. Hey, can y'all come on? No clue who it was. I almost said NS, but I didn't know if that stood for something. I didn't know. Yeah, didn't want to ask that either. But yeah, normally I would, but I'm like, and he was the only one that had initials. Oh, everybody else had their name and affiliation. ladies. How are y'all? Good, thank you. If y'all get a question that they'll say for all of you, for any of you, I usually will start with you and we'll just go down the line. And then if it gets a lot, I'll start on that and just give you a break. Okay, we are ready to begin. Please raise your hand and don't forget to state your name and affiliation, and remember there is no video allowing. We'll start up front.
Hey y'all, Kareem Copeland. Just a couple days after that overtime game, just what do you think are some of the biggest things that you guys took from that particular game, and just kind of being able to kind of build off that going forward?
Sarah, we'll start with you.
After that game, what we learned is just it was a it was a great fight. It was a good game. We were all happy, and now we're just focusing on the next game, just to be prepared for this game. So yeah, that was what we learned. Yeah.
Cheyenne?
Yeah, I just think like our heart, our resiliency, and at this rate, it's just surviving in advance. So.
Kayleen?
We learned that we're capable of anything. If we put our minds to it, no matter when things get hard, we can play 40 minutes. And after that, overtime, we're still going to get teams. I feel like we just have so much confidence in each other.
Yeah.
Front right.
Hey guys, Ben Geffner, Diamondback. Kayleen, a big game defensively for you against Alabama. The offense has been steady all year, but what's been working recently on the defensive end for you?
My coaches I know one thing I came here was emphasis was on getting better and playing defense. I know my coaches are always on me in defense. If one day it's like I'm digging too much, the next day it's this. So I feel like just learning a balance and changing my defense when we play different opponents. I feel like my defense is consistently getting better because they're always going to tell me when I'm making mistakes or like even things I'm doing well, so I know the difference.
Right here in the left.
Max O'Donnellson, Montgomery Advertiser. Just Ashley Barker had a 45-point schedule. What kind of was so difficult maybe about guarding her, and just especially even though you guys kind of knew they were going through her, especially near the end of the game, and she was still able to score. Kind of, what was the challenges of that, and just being on the court with one of the historic March Madness performances?
I think, we were trying to limit their threes, and she got downhill. But I think this next game, we're going to do our game plan just as well and move on.
Was that question for everybody or just Sarah?
Yeah, we know she's a great player. We did what we had to do against her, and now, like Shai said, we're just moving on. Next game, following a game plan. Yeah.
Kayleen?
Yes, they summed it up. No, sorry.
Doug Feinberg, the AP. Sarah and Kayleen, you guys have gone through the transfer portal and had success getting to Maryland. If there's things that went well or didn't go well, do you want to share what you would try to improve on or what actually was good when you entered the portal, since there's 900 kids in there already in the first couple days?
Well, for me, I know I was going to end up where God needed me to be, and Maryland was the place where I needed to be at this time. I feel like I came here at a perfect time, and everything happens for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Everything happens for a reason. Same as Kayleen. I was just looking for a school where I can be the best player that I can and improve my game and everything. So I think I choose the right place for me. Yeah.
Back to the front.
Kareem Copeland, Washington Post. This one's for you, Shai. As you've gone through the scout, what, from your perspective, has stood out the most about South Carolina, and what's the challenge against a team that rotates so many people through?
Yeah, I think they're aggressive. They keep fresh bodies. They're very disciplined. They're well coached. On the flip side, I think we can be really disciplined. I think we can make them work. I think, it's going to be a battle of the boards. We rebound very well. They rebound very well. So at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who wants it more.
Any more questions? Any questions from Zoom? Okay, ladies, you're dismissed.
Thank you.
Okay, please make sure your cell phones are on silent, and remember there's no recording, video recording of this press conference. And if you would raise your hand, we'll get a mic to you, and please state your name and affiliation. We'll start right here.
Don Michael Sauls with the State Newspaper. I know the transfer portal opened a couple of days ago. I'm just curious, how do you and your staff kind of go about balancing watching and recruiting out of the portal while simultaneously, prepping for the Sweet 16 and beyond?
I mean, it's part of our job, so it's part of the job description. So, I mean, we're talking to some people that we're interested in, at least talking to their representatives. That's just part of it. It's if you have a need, the transfer portal is more than enough in there to find someone that could help your program. So,
right here to the right.
Roy Johnson from AL.com. As women's basketball has AL.com.
I'm about to say AOL. I was like, you're speaking my language. You're speaking my language.
No, we're the largest news organization in the state.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So as women's basketball has evolved over the last year or so, how has your role evolved beyond basketball, being a face of the sport, having discussions about leadership beyond basketball with your players? How has that role evolved for you?
I think I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Like I'm comfortable in my skin with dealing with look, sound, feel. If something looks, sounds, or feels off, then I address it. If it looks, sounds, or feels great, then I promote it. So it's what it's supposed to be. Our program has been very successful, and more times than not, the questions about the state of our game is directed towards the most successful coach. So I've been, and I don't mean to sound like I'm patting myself on the back, but it's just how it is in our sport. We just gravitate towards, who's had the most success to figure out, to get quotes about our game. I mean, I would probably say the same thing that I say today that I would have said 15, 20 years ago, but we were just still trying to become a prominent program. And now that we field those questions, and I only want our game to grow, even if that's the detriment momentarily to our program, and I'm okay with that.
Hi, Dawn Alanis Timms with the AP. Kind of sticking with just the general women's basketball, as a fan and supporter of the game, how tough or unfortunate was it to see Juju Watkins go down for the season?
Really tough. Juju's loved by all of us. Juju is raising and lifting our game up with how she plays, with cornering the market when it comes to NIL deals. She's a business herself, and to see part of that not be a part of our NCAA tournament, something's missing. There's a big void, and we were fortunate enough to be one of her schools in the end. So I've kept in touch with her, her support system. I sent her a text out. The night of the injury, but it went green, so that means I don't have the right number. But her person sent me the right number last night, so I shot her a text last night.
Left aisle.
Andrea Adelson with ESPN.com. Don, you talked last season about the challenges coaching the team presented to you with so many youngsters. I'm wondering, as you headed into this season, whether you had a different approach with players coming back off of last year.
I think the biggest thing in winning a championship and then coming back is the players seem to forget how hard it was. Like we won, we were undefeated, and you can kind of get drunk off that success and think we can do it again, and it's much harder than they could have ever imagined. So we had to work through just not playing our best basketball early and not playing to the standard that we were used to. And, those lessons came with a few losses this season that we needed. Like every single one of our losses came at a time where we needed it, and we came out better because of it. And I hope it's enough to get us to the finish line.
Right here to your left.
Don Chaz Frazier, ABC Columbia. This is the 16th ranked team you're going to play this year. You never shy away about saying early in the year you schedule for this time. So describe how the gauntlet of schedule, the regular season, just primes for the biggest stage in March.
We manufacture our schedule so we can, in the end, like now in March and April, we're prepped for styles of play. We're prepped for being seasoned and playing against highly competitive programs. It's what we've done. Like, it's what we've done for probably my entire career, or it's probably what we've wanted to do for my entire career. So it's not based on trying to pad wins, because we're not like that. We try to pad championships, and the only way you do that is you play, a really good competitive non-conference. The SEC is going to be super competitive, so we just like to prepare for moments like the Sweet 16 and knowing that it's going to be a hard-fought matchup, and hopefully we got enough familiarity to, if we're in a tight game, to finish it, to know how to finish it and not blink, not flinch, just finish it.
Right here.
Over here. Ben Pickman from The Athletic. General question. You guys, Texas and LSU, are all in the bottom 15% in the country in three-point attempt rate. I guess, how important do you think the three-point shot is to modern-day women's college basketball? And why are you guys able, you guys as a trio, able to have success without, taking a ton of threes?
Well, I would say one is personnel-based. Two is if you're not going to be able to control the three-point line, then you got to control the paint. So I don't know what the numbers are as far as controlling the paint, but I'm quite sure that connects all of those programs that you've just mentioned. So there's a way around it. Obviously, we got some players in that can shoot it. Probably hasn't shot it as well as we shot it last year. But when you make winning, points in the paint battle, when you make that an emphasis, you can, and you defend, you give yourself an opportunity to really win some tough basketball games and compete for a national championship.
Hey, Don, Cameron Teague with The Athletic. I'm curious just your thoughts on the two regional system. I know obviously in the past you had four, but I'm curious if it changes anything for your scheduling when you have all 8 teams, that you're trying to juggle practice schedules and things of that nature, or how it impacts you guys at all.
Yeah, that's probably it. You don't get a shoot around time at a reasonable hour. Other than that, I actually like the two regions. I like having 7 other teams that's trying to advance to the Elite Eight and advance to the Final Four, right in one place. I do think it allows our fans of women's basketball to gravitate to one spot, and I know the attendance will be up because of it. So bottom line, we need to drive revenue as much as possible.
Alan Cole, GamecockScoop.com. Just on tomorrow, you've faced Maryland the last 2 years, but not this year. Is this a similar-looking Maryland team to the ones you've scouted in the past, and what does stand out about them just as a matchup?
Not similar in their personnel, but similar in how they play. I think Brenda has this team. This is how she wants to play, and when you're able to play your style of play, you feel comfortable going into every basketball game. They will shoot the 3-ball. They will drive it down your throats. They got some bigs that can command the paint. They play up and down. They get up and down the floor. They want the game in the 80s and 90s. in hundreds if they can. So I think it's very similar in the style of play, just different people. And she got some players out of the transfer portal and made herself a team, and they got great chemistry. I think that is super cool that you can bring in as many new players and get them to gel. Super cool, and happy for Brenda for that.
Right here in the front.
Cassandra Neglia with Yahoo Sports. On Selection Sunday, you had kind of mentioned potentially changing your approach to scheduling in terms of the non-conference. Now that it's a couple weeks later, do you think in the future you'll maybe peel back with less top competition? Because you have played not even just a really tough schedule, but some of the very best teams.
Yes. And let me preface this, and I should have prefaced this a couple of weeks ago. Me speaking out about not being the #1 overall seed, I hope didn't diminish what UCLA earned and deserved and accomplished. I should have led with that. Me speaking out is more about what should happen in the future. So I'm speaking about the future and how you need to look at teams that manufacture schedules, for that moment. If we're unable to get a #1 seed because we lost in a head-to-head, I mean, would you play that? Would you think about playing UCLA if they're going to use that against us? Would you think about if you lose to UConn, by 29 points, but you still got the #1? You competed and you got the #1 schedule in the country, and you could never get it back. Like, yes, we have to think about that. We still wanna elevate our sport in the way that it should be and play these games. I say that as moving forward, but the competitor in me, we're gonna play the games. We're gonna play the games, but I do need the committee to look at it from our vantage point, which is you're telling me we lose 3 games, and to play the schedule that we play, we can't ever be considered for the #1 overall seed. So, I mean, that's what I want them to think about, not necessarily diminishing, the overall #1 seed, because, I mean, UCLA's had a great year. Like, they deserve it. We deserve it. Like, it's a topic of conversation. Well, I think we deserve it. They got it. What I say doesn't matter, because I'm not a decision maker, but I do need the decision makers to see another side of it.
Right here on the aisle too, right?
Hey, Don. Kareem Copeland, Washington Post. You talked earlier about, the players sometimes forget how hard it was the year after. I'm curious, now that you've done this, multiple times, what have you learned about trying to make that run the next year as you get through the tournament?
It's hard. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. I mean, parity is alive and well in our game. And I do know that, you have to be disciplined. Like you have to create some really good championship habits in order for you to continue to get back to this place. You got to have really good coaches that do a really good job at scouting. And that's hard, because there are some really good teams that, that can change their style of play in a matter of a second to give themselves an edge. So, I mean, it's hard, but that's why we do it. That's why we, that is the pull. That is the very thing that we gravitate towards, because we know anything that's hard is going to be gratifying.
Last question right here.
Hey, Don, Doug Farmer, DAP. A 2-part question. First part is, did you watch the Maryland-Alabama game? I know you're a huge fan of the sport. It's a pretty great game to watch. So just your thoughts of watching that game as a basketball fan more than just a coach. The other part is just a quick transfer portal question. Again, you've been very active in the past and very successful in it. Is the timing right for it to be now? Is there a time you'd say it'd be better if it was after the Final Four, or whenever you think would be the best time?
Yes, I watched it. And obviously, that was our next opponent. I watched it live. And I was actually cheering for the SEC because I know how hard it is in our league. And I wanted our league to be rewarded for just being the best, most competitive league. That's just the SEC in me. But Maryland hung in there. You know, they hung in there, and they made an incredible comeback. And then you start, then you start looking at Maryland like, they came back. Should they win it? I was looking at it from a fan and not necessarily the next opponent, which is cool. So you can compartmentalize, being a fan and it being our next opponent and really appreciating. I look at, I did text Christy and let her know, I'm sorry they had to lose that basketball game. She worked extremely hard, and that's not, that game isn't indicative of their season. And then Barker, you got to give it up. I just, it's hard when someone is just pouring her heart out onto the court and you come up short. You want it for a player that exemplifies, the competitive nature of who we are as women's basketball players and coaches, enthusiasts and participants. And now the transfer portal. I think the timing is all screwed up. It really plays on your ability to compartmentalize. It really plays on it. If you aren't, most coaches are, but if you're not really good at it, it could sidetrack you. But for us, the main thing at this point is trying to win another national championship. And the people that are in the portal, if they can't really understand that, there probably aren't ones that prioritizes winning the national championship. So, it is, but you still have to do it. Do I? Yes, yes. I'm going to call somebody, when I leave here, a few people, just because you just got to let them know, hey, we're thinking about you. We got this run. We're trying to, but you are a priority for us. So.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Shout out to our local media for coming. How many people we got from Columbia? Almost this whole side. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Coach.
And Greenville. And y'all.
This is Adele.
No, we need to.
Oh, it's just us? Oh my gosh.
Don't do a switcheroo on us.
Oh.
Hand me your plate down there.
Mine?
Who does?
Oh.
Yeah, it's diabolical.
Wow.
There you go. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Sorry. Okay, we're ready for the South Carolina players. Please raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. Right here in the front,
All right,
right?
Hi, this is Roy Johnson from AL.com. Have you all talked about being in Birmingham at all, the historical significance of the city, and do you know if the team has any plans on visiting any of the historical sites here?
Chloe, we'll start with you.
Not really, and I don't think we're gonna be able to visit stuff, even if we want to, because we don't really have much time, you know, just kind of focus on the game.
You all.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. I mean, I've been here a few times. I love it here. But
Back over here.
Thomas Ashworth with AL.com as well. Chloe, you've elevated your game, it seems like, over the last few games. I mean, you're averaging 12 points a game and shooting probably 60 or 65% from the field just since the SEDC tournament. Can you just kind of talk about just kind of what's been on your mind, just kind of how you've been able to kind of take that step, especially in the postseason?
I just want to win and do what my team needs me to do, and I just feel really confident and comfortable out there, and that's because my teammates feed me with confidence, and as well as my coaches, and I just want to win.
Here in the aisle.
Hey, y'all, Kareem Copeland, Washington Post, for anybody or all. Don was just in here talking about, you know, the year after you guys win one, the hardest thing for some players is to remember how hard the challenge that it took to get there in the first place. So I'm questioning, my question is, how did you guys kind of keep that edge throughout the year, and was that part a challenge?
Tahina, if you'll start that one.
we just had to keep reminding ourselves the grind that we had to get to back to where we want to be at, and we just got to keep reminding ourselves that it's not going to be easy. You know, every team is out to get us, and so we just got to bring our A game every night because everyone's going to bring their A game, and we just got to, you know, keep our heads high and just play our game and continue to be aggressive, be physical, and just play our game.
Malaysia.
Yeah, I think Powell kind of said it exactly what I was going to say. I feel like when you're winning a lot, it's kind of hard to remember that you can lose, and I think this year showed us that, and it just made us want it even more, honestly. And now we understand how it goes. We just want to win, and we remember what we did last year to help us win, and we just got to bring some of those habits with us this year.
Chloe.
Yeah, what they said.
Far right.
For you, Cameron T. from The Athletic, for you, Malaysia, I'm curious just how would you characterize your growth from your freshman year to now, and when you come in to a program like South Carolina, as highly recruited as you were, how much does just the standard that Dawn has set on this program and puts on you guys, how much has that helped you as well?
I think my growth has been tremendous. I think I've grown in lots of places where I didn't even know I could grow in. So I'm just glad to be here in a program where the coaches are kind of very open and very direct with what they want and what they need from each and every one of us. And I think I kind of just took what they were saying, and I had to understand that it's either I do it or I don't. And I felt like I wanted to do it, and it's been working for me lately. So the standard that Don got here is great, and I think every player should want to play under this standard. It just brings out the best of each and every one of us, and I think it definitely brought out the best for me.
Back to the right.
Thank you.
Doug Feinberg, the AP. Tahina, you were a transfer portal success story coming to South Carolina. There's already 900 kids in the portal already 3 days in. Is there things you would, if you'd be in charge of the process, is there something you would change that was good, that was bad for those coming in, the timing of it all? Anything, if you were the one in charge of all this, would you change anything in the way the portal works?
Well, I'm one of the few that has a great successful portal story. You know, when you come into a program like South Carolina and how I came in last year, I had no idea what was going to happen, and it was the best decision of my life. And so probably one of the things I probably would want to change is the NIL about it. You know, a lot of kids are leaving because of it, and I just think that, I mean, yeah, you can help, and you know, but at the same time, I just feel like you just have to follow your heart instead of the money, and just be able to have fun with the game and create those relationships that I've created, and just be able to fall in love with the game back again, and just continue to play the game that you love.
Going to the aisle.
Kareem Copeland, Washington Post again. Chloe, as you guys are doing your scout, a couple things that stand out about Maryland to you and a couple things that you guys got to make sure you take care of.
I mean, they're a really good team. They're here for a reason. As you see in the Alabama game, when they played Alabama, they just fought really hard. So we need to be ready for everything. I mean, they have good shooters, good post players, so we just need to follow our scout like our coaches told us to do. And, you know, go out there and play with heart. Go out there and play like it's our last game. It's not going to be, but yeah.
To the right.
Cameron Teague with the Athletic again. Tina, I wanted to ask you, when I asked Malaysia about her growth, you were nodding pretty heavily. Just, I'm curious your thoughts on where she's grown the most right now and how that helps and impacts you guys.
Yeah, no, she's grown tremendously. It's such a great thing to see. You know, when you have that jump from being a freshman to a sophomore, it's been a really blessing to see. And she's been taking everything to heart and just listening and just having fun with it. And she's changed a lot. I mean, she's using her voice a lot more this year than she did last year, which is normal as a freshman. You don't really know what to say. You're just now getting to the college scene. And so just being able to hear her voice and see what she's doing out there on the court, it's great. And that I know her journey is not done yet. She's still growing, and her confidence is growing with her as well. And she's becoming a leader for our team, and she's playing a really big role this year. And she's just got to keep moving and grooving and doing what she does, and just keep playing with confidence that she's been playing with.
Far right.
Yeah, just for whoever wants to answer. I mean, you guys watched, Maryland play a really good Alabama team and, play them really hard to a double overtime game. Just what did you learn from that game specifically about playing, a team that you guys are really familiar with in Alabama?
Chloe, if you'll start.
Yeah, sorry, I feel like you did.
They're just a team that gives multiple efforts, and we're a team that also plays with multiple efforts as well, and that they're a really good rebounding team. So we're gonna have to really key on boxing out and not letting them getting offensive boards, and just being real physical and real aggressive from the start of the game and to the end of the game, and just playing a full 40 minutes on both ends of the court.
Malaysia.
Yeah, what she said.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Any questions on Zoom? Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did they change?
No, I just stuck the wrong name in there.
You know what? It happens.